Hello. Thank you so much, Ole Burr, for the 4 month, 7 months. Thank you very much for the 7-month resub. Linge, you just have to refresh the stream whenever that happens. Hello, Joza, Sarah, Nora. I had to start off the stream with that song. I just had to start off the stream with that one. But then we have this one. Ugh. Maybe my top 2 in the series. Haylox, Trayla, how's it going? Soul Samurai, Linge, Wolfman, Slack Prince. Oh. Winifred, how's it going? Thank you again, Olabur, for the 7 months. Thank you so much. Kingslayer. Another goated... peak after peak. Tatsukura, how's it going? We were. Thank you. No worries, we were. Yeah, you mentioned that on Monday. Thank you. I'm sure I'll enjoy thoroughly. Jamlin, how's it going? Twitch is always later than you, Sarah. Twitch could never keep up. Astro Jellyfish, how's it going? NL, how's it going? How's it going, everyone? Welcome in. Welcome to... I'm assuming this is the second last Great Ace Attorney stream. Oh, it's so good. Bellatrix, how are you? I'm assuming this is the second last Great Ace Attorney stream. Just the way this has gone, I imagine this is going to be, like, a short to medium-sized investigation, and then a hella long end to the trial. That's what I'm assuming. Which will probably lead us into 2 streams. Maybe today will be a little shorter than usual? I don't know. Well, I have no clue. What I do know is I can't go for 6 hours today. Which probably means that 2 streams. But nonetheless, I'm ready to soak in everything. My last Monday stream was completely amazing. Like, that was one of my favorite streams I've ever done. Not just of Great Ace Attorney, but, like, anything. So I'm gonna be a little sad when it's over. Always, excited to move on to new things, but Ace Attorney, in general, is very special to me and Twitch. Like, I associate my gaming streams with Ace Attorney. This is the 5th game I've done. Like, more than half the games I've done have been Ace Attorney, so it's a little sad. But we still have a bit of time to go. I don't know, gentlemen. If they're at the Etihad, probably a draw? Maybe Man City. I can't either, Nora. How's it going, Panda? How are you? Do I stay and watch Peak or watch Man City versus Arsenal? Isn't that in, like, 4.5 hours? Almost 5 hours? We got time. Antagonist, welcome in. I remember when you first started streaming Ace Attorney. What a journey it's been. Super Monoman. I remember Super Monoman, like, almost single-handedly funded Ace Attorney, the first one. And I'm like, I don't know what this game series is. I know there are memes about it, but maybe it'll be fun. We'll try it out. Little did I know. Thank you so much, NG, for the 5 months. Sup, Monday crew? Yakuza 0? You got it. You got it. Thank you very much, NG. Yeah, the Pluto reveal. That was really cool. That was really cool. I can't believe it's real. Like, I swear they've been advertising that. Like, the announcement was like 5 or 6 years ago. Maybe not that long. Maybe it was like 3 or 4. But it feels like it. Happy Said, how are you? Ace Attorney AJ have been blasted for... I'm so glad to hear it, Soul Samurai. It's been wonderful for me, too. Like, I thoroughly enjoy every Ace Attorney game I played. And this one perhaps the most. We'll see how it ends. We'll see. Yeah, for sure, Linge. For sure. You'll still have at least 3 games to enjoy? Right, but the thing is, Joza, I associate my Ace Attorney playing with the stream. It would feel empty for me to not stream an Ace Attorney game, so I don't really want to play it on my own, you know? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Nora. What if this is not the last Ace Attorney stream, though? Or Great Ace Attorney stream, though? What if we finish it on Monday? I would hate for you to miss that. Esper, welcome in. Uzumaki, yeah, that's a big one. I haven't read the Pluto manga yet, but I'm such a huge Astro Boy fan, so I'm really excited for it. I've seen so much excitement about the anime. I haven't read, like, I've read very little of Pluto and none of Astro Boy, and still I'm very excited. It just, I don't know. The vibes are good. Ah, I see, Nora. Gotcha. How's it going, Citrica? I am joining you, Weaver. All right. Let us get started, shall we? Playing as Mikotoba. Where have we? How has this happened? First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. But I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. Oh, it's the boy. That crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow. Why you are loitering here? Who are you? My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous great detective when you see one? Welcome in, Offie. It's time for peek. He's not as buff as me? I beg to differ, Panda, but thank you. Thank you. The question really ought to be, who are you? Do you not recognize world-traveling great sailor Chicken Stroganoff? Man. That's great. That's wonderful. When you see? Great detective? Ha, I don't think so. Hey, Ramuki. Hello, Solfiner. Don't think I said hi to you too. And that's really lovely to hear, Tatsukuda. I'm delighted that this chat was able to do it for you. Hopefully, post Ace Attorney, there's, I mean, you've been in other chats too. But I mean, hopefully that sort of thing can continue with, even if it's not the game that we play after this, other streams, and the community is wonderful. But I know, like, I've seen you in other streams as well, so it's not like it's the end of a chapter or anything. But I just hope it continues, you know? Thank you for sharing. That's really beautiful. And thank you guys for being so welcoming all the time. You know, I may not get in as many viewers on Mondays or for the gaming streams as I do for, like, the One Piece or anime streams, but there is something unique about it. There's something very unique about it. MK, how's it going? How's it going, MK? Welcome in, Monday crew. You're welcome. You're welcome, Joza. Your streams are one of the comfiest there on Twitch. Thank you, Trayla. Thank you, that's very sweet. Did you see that, Mikotoba? What? Why is Shomes written on his arm? I thought that was a tat. It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me, is that a tattoo? That says Shomes? I must say, while such adoration is flattering naturally, it doesn't leave me a little cold. That's my next tattoo idea. What are you talking about? Leave now! How distressing. My loyal devotee knows me only by name and not by appearance. And yet, I already know a great deal about you, sir. Donation goal? Trish, how's it going? How are you, Trish? I see you playing the Persona Peak. I hope you continue to enjoy the Persona Peak. It's beautiful. Also, I don't know if I said hi to Kingslayer. If I didn't, sorry, but hello. If I did, hello again. Why does the M look out of place compared to the others? I'm not sure. Wonderful, Trish. You have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. How could you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikotoba. I'm sure it was. Perfect. Just wanted to make sure, Kingslayer. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku. There's no one with his name on board. No problem, Ryujin. Hope for the same for you as well, and hope you enjoyed the little bit you're in here for. Thanks for stopping in. But we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. You mean Eastern Man. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk. He said something about emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? So Seishido's realized that we're after him, has he? His cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. Oh, really, Halox? Damn, you stopped right before the end. No, I have orders to not even let Mouse inside. Mikotoba, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse so that he leaves the area. Doesn't Great Detective see that even sailors have I was gonna say, he's right there. Curses! The plan is ruined! And you have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. This is kind of adorable, these two together. Forget it, cabin door is locked. Even if I am not here, you cannot get inside. Mikotoba. Whoops, I skipped 2 lines. I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock? This section fills me with such nostalgia for a partnership that we've never been a part of until now. Yes! Immediately, there's a familiarity here in the dynamic, which I really, really love. We'll see, antagonist. They really are oratorio. A game with these two? Oh. And they were partners. Within a mere 5 seconds, so if you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your typically accommodating manner. How could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? So I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I? Good man. So, the game is afoot. Okay. Sir? He's like a Neo-Temple Guardian statue, this fellow, the way he's glaring at us so fiercely. Tell me, why are you standing guard here if the cabin is unoccupied? Because this area is only for first-class passengers. We must look out for suspicious criminals. He was looking straight at me when he said that. My dear fellow, as you can plainly see, we are quite unsuspicious as criminals go. But still criminals. No, for goodness sake, Sholmes, tell the man. We're neither suspicious nor criminals. Ah yes, quite right, Mikotoba. Curses! The seaman is far too able for his own good. Briggs, how are you? Zedpro, how are you? Welcome in, guys. Be extremely careful in what you say. One of us ought to be, yes. Okay. That's another first-class cabin, and yet its door is completely unguarded. Empty as well. I had a quick look inside earlier, though I confess I didn't investigate the wardrobe. There may very well be a young Japanese fellow inside, perspiring merrily. If you're referring to Naruhodo, you know very well that he's currently perspiring merrily in court. Does it not strike you, though, Mikotoba, why the man stands guard only in front of this cabin when both are apparently vacant? Homu Miko? Oh, that's what it's called, eh? Yeah, it's crazy, MK. They already have this amazing dynamic, like, out of nowhere. And that's not easy to do, to just pull out this dynamic, this relationship that feels like it's been you know, what's the right word? I don't know, marinating for years and developing and progressing, it feels like they've known each other for ages just from a few lines of dialogue. This is my favorite sequence in the game. This until the end, Offie, or just this investigation? They have some adorable art concepts and bonus content. I gotta check that out. I didn't compliment your Crollo shirt. Fake Hunter x Hunter fan. It's lovely. Thank you, Sarah. Homo Miko. Beautiful. This would appear... my favorite stuff is coming up, but this is very good. It's already very good. This would appear to be an alarm bell. You can't have Sherlock without Watson? Also, sorry, Josa, I missed... I read your message, but I didn't read it out loud. It was a little while back. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know if I can find it. Sorry, I can't find it, Joseph. But I read it without saying anything out loud. Thank you so much for saying so and for sharing. This part with Mikotoba is my favorite, although the rest of the case is definitely on the same level of greatness. Cool. Oh god. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. Well. Whoa. Oh yeah, I can. I can. Hold on. Halox. Good point. Here we go. You helped me through a lot when I was going through a tough time in my life. I'll always be grateful for that. That was the one I was referring to. I'm delighted to have done so, Josa. And thank you, because I always love having you in chat as well. Now, this beautiful, touching message from Josa has tried to distract me from the clear fact that there is a typo in this game. I see your game, Josa. You're trying to stop me from giving it a good score, but not anymore. Not anymore. Set if off. 0 out of 10. Okay, hold on. I'll leave it alone for now, because there's some missable dialogue with the mousetrap. Trash game. This must be a mousetrap, I think. Perhaps I could distract the crewman's attention with this somehow. I don't think this is the one, but sure, let's try it. Set if off. Choo-choo? What? That sounds like Big Mouse and Trap. Choo-choo. I will bring bucket of water later and put out of misery. I don't like the sound of that. In any case, my dear fellow, that was quite unconvincing. Only Japanese mice can make a chew sound, Oh, really, Shams? And pray tell, what do Russian mice make? PP, naturally. Whoops. Though also quite unconvincing, I readily admit. Go ahead, Mikotoba, do a PP this time. No, thank you. PP, naturally. I'm sure I can come up with an alternative solution. Alright, let's set if off. Here goes then. Pardon me in advance. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. You! What are you doing? If we were at sea, that would be a very bad problem. What's going on down there? Seaman Stroganov, report at once. Sorry, sir, nothing to report. It was just stupid trick. No, not by me. By world famous, no. As I told you. Now, Shums, now! Oh, this is beautiful. Done. Not even 5 seconds, eh? Well, don't just stand there gawping at my brilliance, Mikotoba. In we go. Oh, yes. Thank you, MK. Ooh, okay. Okay. Good gracious. Those cabinets. Hey, liar. And hello, Dave. No need to apologize, Dave. Good gracious. It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. He stuffed something in that tube. These clothes are on the floor there. They're Seishido's without question. Well, it seems like we were just a little bit too late. Yes, by about 2 hours. The picture frame, absolutely disastrous. Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here, but that burly crewman may return at any moment, Sholmes. Indeed he may. Which makes this all the more thrilling. Hell yeah, Oratorio. Okay. This is the first thing that caught my eye. There's a speaking tube here, look, though it's been stoppered with some cloth. So the voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose. Or indeed, so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere. Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think? Either that, or it could be to prevent snakes from entering. That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? Okay. These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and or travel cases. God damn it, Ryu. This sounds kind of familiar. I think it's played before. I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination. What about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you? You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. A trifle. And you know what I always say, Mikotoba? There's nothing important about trifles. Ah, beautiful, Dave. I'm glad you're enjoying. Oh, wait. Wait. I can see the greatness. Okay, perfect. I'm glad you're enjoying. It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. Okay. Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here how it... Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off. Ice, Mikotoba, ice! What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy, chilled drinks. Pardon? Could it be that this steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think? Well, I mean, the ice hasn't melted, which means it's pretty recent. It is a luxury liner, after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Mikotoba, the sight of you is making... What? Sir? Just friends. And they were partners. Bit fruity. What? No, Offie. I can understand why this is your favorite part, Offie. This is turning into a very different sort of visual novel. He just goes out and says it. I think we should close the game now and let the men do their thing. I mean, look, MK, they already clogged up the tube. No one can hear them. They weren't even, they were not even going for subtext with this one. Holy shit. The sight of you is making my mouth water. I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know. Oh, I don't think he minds. Are you really just gonna sidestep that, Mikotopa? Wow. Wow. This is the waste paper. There was no natural logical flow into him saying that either. Like, the conversation didn't naturally stumble into that. They were talking about... You know what? They're so gay. This is the waste paper basket. Look, and there's still rubbish inside. Indeed? Then let us pry. I've discovered recently that I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets. Beautiful antagonist. I think so, Briggs. I sincerely hope only for your work. Ah. Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. 3 days ago, the night before we arrived in London then. When I was still aboard myself. All crew members are required 10 p.m. Okay. Yes, there was an evacuation drill. I remember now. That's how you know they flirt all the time, so it's completely unsurprising? Okay. Fair enough. Shones more like homes? Offie, you might have missed it. Or maybe I missed your reply. But, I mean... There is no heterosexual explanation for any of what's going on in this text. So is this a big part of the reason why you love this? Because if so, based. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. It's a huge part. Beautiful. Oh, I don't remember Kingslayer. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once. Okay. Alright. We did this. We have this chest here. Clothes. According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Asogi's wardrobe. Indeed he was, and it was a similar size to this one. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow. What? Whatever for? It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now, in you go. This will only take a moment. Really, Sholmes, surely you can just tell me what you said. I see. No worries, MK. That's a spoiler I enjoy. I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, Baynort. There are a lot of things in episode 7, so apologies, but I'm not sure what specifically you mean. But hey, hope you continue to enjoy. That was very cool when I read your stuff from yesterday. Pushing your friend into a closet, very platonic thing to do. Oh, I see, Baynort. Yes, that is, gutting. That is gutting. That is honestly one of my favorite sequences in the entire story. I didn't see it twice on my end, Esper. Back when Ryu was still in the closet. Tea Party was beautifully written. Just beautifully horrible, crushing writing and presentation. I love it. I uttered some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer. I think I'll just read about it in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Okay. Okay. Chest. That's a very sizable trunk indeed. Seishido is partial to all... They just keep coming. They just keep coming. Why do they just come? Man, oh man. Seishido is partial to all things large, and a rather clumsy fellow if you failed to notice he'd left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to a speedy escape. We need to have a third, overtly homosexual innuendo. We need to have a third one. We need a holy trinity of these. He just loves banging his gavel. Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now, the situation will be quite different, though. That's cute. Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination lock. The trifecta. Yeah, might as well, Briggs. I'll see you guys Monday. And I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present. Leon! That's a substantial heap of clothes on the floor. An overcoat, shirts, a dressing gown, momohiki work trousers, a Tenzin robe, a haramaki waistband, clearly the clothing of a Japanese man. And clearly, Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe. It looks to me as if they've been thrown in a heap like that in something of a hurry. Indeed, you could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps. I'm sure you made mention of packing too few. I'd very likely drown in one of Seishido's shirts. That's like half an innuendo. No, I'll just buy any extras I need, I think. Eugen is confirmed to have had a wife. I mean, that was an eye-opening experience, I guess, Offie. He was cheating on Sholmes. I choose not to see this. The wall is a slightly different color just here. Do you see? No, that's only on your end, Esper. Indeed. What you have observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. He only met Sholmes after his wife died. Oh, there you go. I decide the truth. Perhaps your friend is an art thief. Now there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure. He may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late. I reject my reality and substitute my own. Yes. I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? That outline on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere. Chicken. You are still here? Abel Seaman Stroganoff, hello again. I was beginning to think that you'd never materialize. Eh? You were waiting for me? Of course. I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner. I was in trouble with Captain because of trick you played before. Poor innocent chicken. It's all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off now. Okay, so that's the warning, right? The warning's been moved to the other side. Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow. But first, there is something that must be done. What are you talking about? Why, naturally, the debunking of your deceit and the bearing of the truth. Kakoi? No way. Wait, hold on. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jigoku has not yet left this vessel at all. Kakoi means which? Ah, okay. And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganoff, you know exactly where the man is, even as we speak, don't you? How can you... Good gracious, Sholmes, you mean you've worked it out? All of it? It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. Oh. Ah, welcome in, Tompiet. What a lovely, lovely series. What a lovely series of fortunate events that have led you here. Right on time, too. So, would you care to join me for a dance? Of my inimitable logic and reasoning. Nothing would please me more. What is this? We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Oh, they're so peak. Time is of the essence. Oh, the best deduction. This is the best one, isn't it? This has to be the best one. Mr. Stroganoff, and the music! The music! Mr. Stroganoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. That is what I said. Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Ah, yes, of course. I see you've noted it too, Mikotoba. Then please do take the lead. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku... Hold on. You cut me off. Of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago. Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikotoba. Baynord, I can't quite read the full message there, but a quick brief skim. Yeah, maybe I'm okay with you. Yeah, I mean, that's what the visual novel channel's for. So, of course, yeah, of course. Sorry if I missed something in that message. But yeah, that's totally fine. That's what the channel's for. Hey, Sultan. My day's going really well, and thank you for the 8 months. Thank you so much, Sultan. I hope your week is going really well, that your day's going well, and welcome in, and thank you for the 8 months. Thank you so much. This is the only time this theme plays? The only time? No. Oh, I just wanted permission to tag you in there to get your opinions. Don't do it a ton. Like, not for every message. I'm not saying you were planning on doing it for every message, but I mean, like, I do browse it on my own regardless, Baynor. Once in a while, for sure, is totally fine. If there's something you really want to let me know, you can also always DM me as well. But yeah, you can tag me once in a while, just not super frequently, if that's okay. Let's see what these last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikotoba. It's been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes, not 3. Starting every post in the Discord with Alexander now. Got it. That's exactly what I meant. Oh, this muffled theme. Okay. Gotcha, Oratorio. Oh, it's gonna build up into the real, fully fledged theme then. Maybe. We'll see. Why, of course it has. Quite. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe and the answers become clear. So, impress me. I think I can manage that. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago? He's really just standing there, right? Okay. I think it would be the ice. Because why wouldn't it have melted? Like I said that the first time we saw the glass. I think it's the ice. I think this sequence shows us 2 things. Yeah, Baynord, I do. Like, I can never guarantee that I'll have extensive answers. But I mean, yeah, people are welcome to DM me or tag me as well. Just as long as it isn't excessive, which is totally... just as is the case with anyone, you know? So yeah, it's totally fine. Okay, Offie, gotcha. Oh, did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear the little like the triangle or like the little jingle? It did the Shomes. Oh ho ho! I see what they're doing. No worries, Baynort. Okay, let's do it.
Take that!
The Eugen take that? What the? What? 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 Why is he so extra? The dance of deduction. Why is he so flamboyant and beautiful? Holy shit, Mikotoba. And now the song comes in. Oh. It's peak. It's peak. He's with Shomes and you ask why he's so extra? It shows us that this whole time Ryu's dance of deduction has been incomplete, and here Eugen is completing it. How gratifying must it be for Shomes to be completed in this way? Hold on. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Oh, it's so good! Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass. How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. Ah! It would appear that the man here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival, or was here, excuse me, with this well-chilled glass in hand. Get your mind off of the refreshment, Shomes. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganov? And... man. How is Mikotoba just sneaking up the ranks so quickly and dramatically right at the end of this game? But why would Seishido run from us? Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. You can hear the tap dance? Oh, you can. Oh, she better, Jamar. She better. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse... There's a special arrangement of this song that's not played in the story with the god tier tap dancing? Oh, you know I'm all over that. Are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan. That's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door and Seishido was, yes, 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage, as I suspected, for you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide. What traces? I know nothing about this. This is news to you, Mr. Stroganov. Shomes, what exactly are you getting at? As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity, something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped your notice. Something out of place in here. The sign? That's the key to this, Mikotoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite incongruous. I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotoba. I almost said dance of seduction. And second, at least in my opinion, Shomes' demeanor here shows that in basically every other deduction, he's been intentionally acting stupid so that Ryu could come into his own. Whereas here, he knows that Mikotoba is a master of deduction, and as such, Shomes has no need to hold back. So, in a way, he's been helping Ryu grow into his own. You're right, Soul Samurai. It isn't wrong at all. Thank you for the follow. I like the theory that In the when it comes to the deductions, I really like that. I really like that theory. But at the same time, I don't want Sholmes to lose his stupid. Because he wouldn't be Sholmes without his stupid. But he's also just a stupid person. He's just so dumb. Even outside of the deductions. So yeah, I think that interpretation... but it's towards the Hanji video? You got it, Sultan. Yeah, he's stupid in general, exactly. So I think that works. I think he can be extremely intelligent in his deductions, which makes sense given how he's come this far and done what he's done, while also just being a generally silly person. I like that a lot. And that really makes me... I love that sort of thing. The subtextual sort of heartfelt element to characters like that. This whole time, he's been helping Ryu grow. That is so good. That's so good, Offie. That's so good. I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance... Man, I know, like, listen, this game is full of great characters, but Sholmes, to me, Sholmes just hits different. He just hits totally different. Sholmes is this game to me. I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotoba. I wish Sholmes was either protagonist or antagonist somehow, so he could be on one of my lists. No, quite, but life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. Now then, let's see if I can't uncover the truth here. Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow. Okay, it's just the, he moved the sign. Maybe it does, Lynch.
Take that!
Dance, dance, dance. Oh, he's so cool. It's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. There's too many, Kingslayer. There's too many secondary characters I love. Top 100 wouldn't be enough. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded, that frame was originally over there. The shape and size are a perfect match. Da, you are right. When did frame move? Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganov? Mikotobo, you truly are the great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I'm unsure on which I buy into more, him being good at deductions, or specifically the Sholmes Mikotoba duo just being that powerful. I buy into both. I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. That really seemed to touch a nerve. Welcome in, Horns fan. Welcome to Peak. So, Mikotoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall? Nefarious indeed. That looks like a bullet hole. What? Who's been shooting walls? I see. The projectile's been removed. Clearly, the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganov. Ah! I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I try to protect Eastern Stranger? Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. He is dominating. Are we seeing Sholmes here? I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? He is killing it, because there's some very notable evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. I love the interpretation, Offie. I love it. I think it elevates Sholmes a ton. And he was already my favorite. Shome's dominating? I didn't mean it that way, but yeah. I really don't know how to approach this one, Shomes. My dear Mikotoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle, and I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I put a wager on it. So I'm to glare at the fellow from all sides? Well, I can certainly do that. Oh. All sides? What am I... Oh, is that it? Sorry, sir, if you're uncomfortable. Chunky arms? What? What? Why is that a clue? Do it? Do I get penalized for that? I'll do it if I don't. I don't think so. Do it for the vine? For sure.
Take that!
Take that! You have chunky arms! Oh, shit. Worth it for this line. Come, Shomes, where's the fun in life without a little fooling around, hmm? Quite right you are! That was a close shave. I better rethink that before I'm the fool here. Okay. Wait. So a Russian crewman is aiding a Japanese man to evade capture by an English detective. Nationality needn't come into it. In this respect, at least, all humans are the same. Ask yourself what can spur a man to do the bidding of another about whom he knows precious little. There is only one thing in the whole world with such repugnant, bottomless power. Let's not get carried away now, Shomes. Shomes.
Take that!
It was worth it. I'm okay with that. It's almost too obvious for words. Quite the universal language of the world, money. And I'd wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Seishido Jigoku, yes? So, I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But... I believe you know, Mr. Stroganoff. I know what you mean, Trela. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding at this precise moment in time. As always, Mikotoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Shomes. You found the chink in this burly fellow's armor. We need only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. Imagine two strange men putting you on the spot suddenly and one of them tap dances while owning you. It's peak. The slightest flicker of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Whoops. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible. You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Shomes. The man turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. We shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow. He's looking right at it. The trunk? The bullet hole? No, there's nothing here. He's looking at the trunk. The basket? I think it's the trunk. Yeah, just hearing someone outside the room. Take that!
Take that!
How did Susato never realize how cool her dad was? Or never tell us how cool her dad was? How the strings feel like they're jumping for joy, like right here. You can just really taste how happy Shomes and Mikotoba are to be back together doing deductions. It's really lovely. It's really beautiful. To be fair, if it was my dad, it would be so cringe. That's the beauty of it, I guess. Goatness is hereditary, indeed. You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? Ah! The truth is, Seishido Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. If he still has a breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. Let's save his life. I imagine he didn't quite count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code. The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. Of course. In short, before Jigoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganoff, the tattoo, somehow? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? It's really Leon. It's really Leon. Holy shit. I can't believe it. I know nothing about combination code. Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Leon, but good. Huh? So what is that? 52311045? Now, Mikotoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk? How on earth do you expect me? It's a 7-digit number, remember. Quickly now, we have little time. Yeah, upside down, antagonist. The combination lock was originally 6 digits in the Japan version since his name was Holmes. Ah. Okay, oh god. Can I look back? Review scene. Okay, thank you. Okay. 5231045. 5. Oh, whoops. 231045.
Take that!
We're gaming now. Click. Seishido? That did it. It's open. You had to meddle, didn't you? One nice thing about Yujin Mikotoba? Oh, God. Okay, I like the way his characterization here makes his earlier actions and behaviors towards giving Ryu confidence and supporting Susato and Ryu through their journey, just not in a huge way, but nudging them. I like the way that element of him is elevated, knowing where he's come from. It recontextualizes it a little bit. Well, Yujin, you found me now. Seishido. The tap dancing is better? Well, of course. But I already said that like 10 times in this stream. So I figured I needed to do something a little unique. I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know. Imagine how Jigoku felt trapped in that trunk while Mikotoba was tap dancing threateningly outside. You know, I think he would have reacted the same way as all of us. But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it. No, quite. I just wish it were some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Shomes. I've read stories of many of your exploits. Yeah, Enoch listening in the safe and Jigoku in the chest. Excuse my manners, Shomes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. The devil's in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour. God damn. I see. Ooh. Okay. I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor. Well, Seishido, are you going to explain all this? You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here in this very ship. By the Reaper of the Bailey? Yes, I've heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when. Oh, this tapping sound is tap dancing? It became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again. So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it? I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now. It's somewhat surprising, I must say. What is? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket and here I am. I've just seen for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So you've already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else from taking this cabin and seeing the evidence, is that it? Eugen, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in a mere 5 minutes, this ship will set off on its own onward voyage and not make port until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. Ooh. We have this, Seishido. Take it. What is it? It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be. You came prepared then, Eugen. You came prepared then, Eugen. Come on, let's go. One moment. What is it, Sholmes? I guess so, antagonist. Very threatening flirting, though. Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk, I found this rather fascinating trinket. What is that? Seishido? I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. Weren't we missing a piece of Gregson's... But what? I have no idea. Oh, sorry. This is what it is. That's what it looks like. But what? I have no idea. By the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France. Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. Him and his assistant. Oh, that was awesome. That was amazing. Kazuma Asogi. Thank you, Astro Jellyfish. I'll do it again. I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie. But still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. Even with his back to us, Nora. Peak deduction, peak music, peak homosexuality, peak fiction? Absolutely. During the past 30 minutes while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. I can't stop thinking about how Sholmes helped Ryu grow. Oh, that's so cool. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
Objection.
No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. Tell him! The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. And there can only be one conclusion, that the accused is guilty. All relevant testimony? Far from it. There's still a crucial witness from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony. The accused is what? You heard me. I very well might, antagonist. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. The accused is what? You heard me. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Seishido Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Judge Jigoku, you found him? But the investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man? He was located in France during the recess, at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Sholmes' famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes. Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death. Because along with Prosecutor Asogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Seishido Jigoku is the sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st October. Yeah, I don't think there is, Nora. The closest thing to a straight person in this courtroom is Strongheart. It would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point. Ryu skill issue. The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. The only straight thing is Strongheart's posture. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. The vigils? Yeah, I guess so. No objections from either side? No, my lord. No objections, my lord. True, Offie. We are limited by perspective. We live to fight another day by the skin of our teeth. Alrighty. Beautiful. Majestic. Wonderful. By virtue of being an Ace Attorney character, I think Strongheart is likely not straight. True. You know, that's evidence enough. The unexpected halt to proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Okay, hold on. Let me see off. While there's silence, let me listen to that.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Don't be fooled by the outside, though. Sure, it's beautiful.
Did you guys know that Google makes a phone? Welcome in, Tom Piet. Okay, hold on. I won't listen to the whole thing, but like a minute or two. What the? Holy shit. It's gas. Okay. I'm not a music analyzer, but I just want to say one thing about that. One, the tap dancing is obviously self-explanatory for what it represents, but the strings, hear me out, the strings. The left side, we can hear one set of strings. It might be, I don't know, I think they're both, I don't know what instruments they are, but we hear one set of strings on the left side. On the right side, we hear another set, and they're almost dancing with each other. One is Eugen, one is Herlock. Like, without a doubt. Right? Hear me out. Listen to this again. They are dancing. This is a deduction. Hold on. Okay, hold on. It's right here. There's one, there's the other. There's one, there's the other. And then they're in sync. Yeah, Trish, yep. Oh, here it comes. One sec, Andres. This might be the best song. Oh? Oh. Okay. Oh my god, no. Eugen's going off. Eugen's going off. That's Eugen going off. This is Herlock letting him do his thing. Oh my god. Oh really, oratorio? Yeah, I don't know anything about music theory. That's cool. And Herlock plays the violin. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. What Nora just said is so true. Herlock plays the violin. Eugen tap dances. They're both the integral parts of this song. This is the best song. Listen, I'm sorry. I love that song Beyond Words. The other one, I forget what it's called. This is the best song. The internal narrative of this is the best song. Along with the like this version of it. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Oh. Sorry, Andres. I hope you're still here. Andres asked me Usopp or Matahachi. Matahachi. I'm going to be looking for tap dancing percussion in every song now. I'm sweating, me too. I wish, Andres. I wish. I said, I'm not going to listen to the whole song, just a minute or two. Famous last words. That's the best song in the game. Obviously, it's an amazing song in and of itself. And Andres was just dancing to it in chat, having no context for it. Like, that's proof enough. But the internal narrative and all the little touches and what it represents for both of the two characters and for the game as a whole, yeah. Was that not in the actual game? This is a update. This is like a variation from a theme from the game. If there's an extended version on YouTube, if you want to keep it up for the rest of the stream, just mute the game soundtrack. I swear, the Great Ace Attorney Resolve OST is just a pressure cooker for the best songs in the series. It is the best soundtrack so far. Out of the 5 games, and obviously it reuses songs from the Great Ace Attorney 1, but out of the 5 games, it is my favorite, without a doubt. Like, the twisted new Cosma theme, and this one, the other one, I forget what it was called, at the end of last stream. It's amazing, Andres. It's amazing. Which games have you played so far? The original trilogy, and then this duology. That's it. So this is the 5th one. Oh, I already have Oratorio, and this one's coming next. It's amazing, MK. It's amazing. Thank you for linking it. I think Offie linked that. Thank you, Offie. The Great Detective's Friendship. Right. Yeah, thank you guys. I went into the Discord server in the Ace Attorney channel. I'm like, someone please tell me the names of those songs. I don't know. Oh, okay. Yeah, exactly. Soul Samurai, I totally agree. Trials and Tribulations was my favorite, and it's a great OST. I don't want to downplay it. It's wonderful. But this just takes it up another notch. Like, the narrative, the style of music is more up my alley than the original Ace Attorney soundtrack, and then the internal narrative baked into so many of these songs. I could just bring up any song from the soundtrack. Iris's theme, for example. And there are so many things that allude to the character within it. Susato's theme, the reminiscence of Van Zeek's. You know, it's so good. That was amazing, Oratorio. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry, Joza. Okay. Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Oh my god, they were partners. I can't do... I see you guys talking about doing a top 100 list for OSTs. I can't do it, guys. I just can't. I can't... There's too many amazing songs in all of my favorite fiction. There's no chance I can do it. I wish I could. I really wish I could. but there's no chance. It's okay, Andres. What is this? Is it Thanksgiving? Half of them would be from Umineko? Maybe, Celix. I can think of off the top of my head like at least 7 or 8. We have returned, my dear fellows! Look at Eugen's smile. It's half obscured by my stupid face, but you get the picture. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Umineko, alive, hope, a towering cloud in summer I love, like 5 or 6 of the friggin' Last Stand conductors, blah 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 blah. All the ones you know. All the ones that inspired Amori. Yeah, I don't know what we're supposed to do during this investigation, but hey. Okay, Trish, okay. Making a top 100 in general sounds extremely hard to me. Yeah, I mean, mine changed, even just the songs that stayed, Tompiet, or the games and characters that stayed on my list, a lot of them shifted all over the place, and I think that's just the nature of it. Fata has a few that I would add for sure. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I, no? You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So this prosecutor Asogi had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. For sure, Esper. I definitely think an OST can elevate characters. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible. To think that he'd even entertained the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, no, it does not, antagonist. It does not. They are not part of the top 100. No. There has to be a distinction between the honorable mentions, because that's the line between favorites and non-favorites. I don't think so, Tompiet. It's a good soundtrack for sure, though. After all, I've only met the young man as a corpse. F. Oh yeah, you've got to accept that, Offie. I accepted that when I did mine, and I accept it once I start doing them, like, next week or whenever. Undertale? Undertale would have 2 or 3, at the very least. Probably like 5 or 6. When all this started almost a year ago. Mr. Shome still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mr. Shomes. So what news of Judge Yagoku? We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating, detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikotoba. This must be quite a shock for him. I guess so, Offie. I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put you upon the matter only yesterday. Oh god. Joza, I don't know. Oh, top 5 AJ streams. You put upon me, Shomes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. You've had a reply already? Okay, let's go with the last Grade Ace Attorney stream. Let's go with my last top 100 fiction stream. Let's go with... maybe my post-Ennie's Lobby stream? The 500 chapter One Piece stream was really good. That was tons of fun. Let's toss in one of the One Piece movie days, and maybe not. This is a very loose list. I'm forgetting stuff, but also I have to add in chapter 395, the Hunter x Hunter discussion. Oh, the Haikyuu stream series. I cried like every stream there. Okay, get rid of the One Piece movie day. Add in like the last one, the last Haikyuu one. But then the Hunter x Hunter streams. I don't know. I can't do a top 5. I did Oratorio, and then I got rid of it, and now I'm realizing I just can't do a top 5. Oh, absolutely, Offie. It's interesting how 4 guys visiting London as students in the past, 2 were sucked into a London's darker side. Now we try to prevent Kazuma from sharing the same fate. I love what they're doing with Kazuma flirting with this darkness. Ultimately, I don't think he'll go that way, but we'll see. Too much, Dave. Are those yours, antagonist? Oh, the end of Shadowbringers! That would be right up there. Oh my god. No, End of Shadowbringers is definitely there. Oh, there are too many amazing streams. I just didn't even think of Shadowbringers for some reason. Oh, that was phenomenal. There is no top 5. Maybe you should stream less, maybe. You've had a reply already? What was so urgent, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. Stop being sus. Thank you, Trish. Me too. Me too. That's good news, because supper is ready, everyone. Ah, and what a feast it is. If I were none the wiser, I think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kipper, stew, steak and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding? Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well. Oh, sorry, Hurley. Not there. I still can't believe the sequence of events last stream. Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening? Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy. For me. That's right, I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. Professor Mickey! Oh. That's terribly kind of you. The Final Fantasy VII remakes were so, analysis streams were so good too. Very cute. Mickey Mouse series? It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment I believed it. Oh, Arcane were so good too! The Arcane streams were so good. That Susie and I were half-sisters. Oh. Interesting from Sholmes. Iris, do you mean... Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened into the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left. What? The misunderstanding arose because of the autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris's father. About that, Iris, you know, I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. The pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for Then why don't I get any apologetic pheasant? So just who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. So then, let us dine, while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious. Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds. Shut up, Sholmes. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan, and about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away. What is he doing? Why does he look so upset? What's he mad at? That he doesn't have the pheasant? What is this boy doing? He's sulking. No, the face went no pheasant. Welcome in, Ciel. You did miss the dance of deduction, but it was amazing. Phenomenal. A literal man-child, affectionate. Average LGBT sitting posture. What are you doing, sir? Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I feel the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes. Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy. Even though I played the role of father to you for far longer... Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt you're hungry to learn more of my deep love for the love of the game. Of game? I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. He wants to talk about game. You needn't... Whoops. Look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss with peak music playing. Yes, I know, Oratorio. Ooh. The former top 1 song playing. It's still 11 out of 10. So what was in the telegram you received from Japan then? Ah, this? I thank my lucky stars it arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. Leon, Kasogi, Ashin, to Gregson, Jewilson. Okay. Those 4 names. We've come across that exact same list before. Sorry, I was just big thinking for a second. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. Eggert! Pro-Pinkist! How's it going, Pro-Pinkist? Mention my king, you cowards! But we didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So why are the names coming up again? Yes, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes? I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names, need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. What? I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such a... Hosonaga! Hold on, let me show you the boy. We haven't seen him in so long. To undertake such an onerous task for you? And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand. Anyway, they did cut off the turtle. 0 out of 10. The list of names was found in Seishido's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient. I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. I did formulate a hypothesis about that, but without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Beria, it was all for nothing. Cosmo wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us, your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Miss Susato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. Oh my, you mean... The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. I can't believe this. Yeah, 40 chess indeed. Oops. So, you manipulated me. I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. Wow. Wow. Wow, that's incredible. Because he's clearly talking to himself. Let's eliminate the word friendship. Let's eliminate the word friendship for a second. I really, I love that dynamic. I don't believe it. But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? Naturally, I don't allow the misapprehension to have any serious I didn't allow it to have any repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. I seem to remember Miss Susato and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she's certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. I wonder if she made it to America. We're gonna get a post-credit scene showing that she did. I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why are you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain? The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of impending tragedy, you see. Oh. An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand. We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. Oh god. We have to present evidence? We have like 100 things of evidence. I'm a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. Mr. Sholmes, would you mind looking at this? This is hardly the time, Mr. Naruhodo, as I'm sure you will appreciate. Oh, no, of course not. My attention is only drawn to the pheasant. Okay, there's something we have to present here. Time to present Miss Vigil, or Mrs. Vigil. Oh, I can't present any people. Bullshit. Well, maybe this. Okay, hold on. A machine part. Let me examine this. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part of the top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time. Yes! I did say that. Gregson's. It's the crown. A watch would be quite useless without one. The crown, like what sits atop a monarch's head, that's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually, yes, Mr. Naruhodo, if this is a crown, I have a feeling I've seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have. Cool. Yeah, I'm glad they tied that up, Soul Samurai. Oh, we put it on. Okay, cool. A perfect fit. I knew it. All right, perhaps you knew it. I'll make a note of this new information at once. Okay. You know what? Let's actually just present this. There we go. There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched. So, you obviously knew that that's where the list of names would be found. Keisugi Ashin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago. And only because they appeared as part of the top-secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. But at the same time, at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets, because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between... I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments? Very based. King? King shit? Goat? Sholmes also borrowed Ryu's name to contact Hosonaga since it would be easier than explaining. True. Very smart. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it. That is a crazy thing to admit to a member of the Japanese and British judiciary. No shit's given. Mr. Sholmes. When Sholmes doesn't get his pheasant, he just drops all pretense. What a fabulous line! Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partially correct and partially mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all connected somehow. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names, because you see, there was someone else on this list who I believed to be recently deceased. Asashin, I guess? What? Who? Yeah. Shin, as it was, or Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asashin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. Goddamn. But she completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. Did she have any choice in her profession with that name? Probably not. So it's a good thing that she was good at it. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. Kei Asogi and T. Gregson. Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself, but I determined that it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain. So that's why he went to such length to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Exactly. So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes. Oh yes, Sholmes and I exchanged correspondence for years. I recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know. Oh, Iris. I guess he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad. We were all thinking it, Oratorio. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No. But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis. A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. You mean about Asashin, I presume? Of course, exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow, but I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. Okay, I'm following, and upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. What, topsy? What do you mean by when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I had believed all 4 names on the list to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Asashin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Sheen was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Oh. Oh. Holy shit. Holy shit, okay. Her visiting student status was merely a front. Ah. Which would, of course, explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asashin is because he was the target of an assassination. And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There is another among the four who subsequently became a visiting student. You mean... But of course, a name you know only too well. You mean... Kazuma? No, yeah, Kazuma Briggs. When we learn the motive behind a tutorial case in the end of the second game. Oh, and the song! Remember, Jigoku was the one who reminded Kazuma of the mission at the end of Case 1. I didn't remember that. Thank you for bringing it up, though. He did say in court earlier today. Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. Yeah, I didn't remember that, Nora. Who said it earlier? Winifred, like Winifred said. But I'm glad you guys are here to remind me. Do you remember what Strongheart asked us in the beginning? No. No, I don't. When your boyfriend starts acting villain-coded, but his theme gets a banger upgrade? Strongheart asked Ryu, are you prepared to do everything that Asogi was to do here? Oh. Oh. Hello, Pedrolito. How are you? Holy shit. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago. Surely not. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange. How could Kazuma possibly have got involved in something like that? Strongheart also said, what you believe was Asogi's mission might not actually be what it actually is. It might not be what it actually is. Oh my god. Let's assume that we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those two parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. Ah, for convenience. Okay. Yeah, we don't know the motive. We don't know the heart behind it, Briggs. I think that's the big secret. So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. Oh, okay. Yep. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. We cannot, Nora. It certainly does sound like an exchange. But what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin has at least escaped conviction. Thanks to the diplomatic immunity. Oh my god. It all makes sense. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels. Many Memo knew the highest levels. These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular, devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's targets was never Seishido Jigoku at all. It would mean Asoki's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Kazuma was here for Gregson. So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mark. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe. Mr. Sholmes. I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. He was about to go there too. Obviously, with a young pickpocket in tow. Yeah, it all makes sense. Sholmes felt so responsible for his death, and Gina was like, why are you apologizing? He was so close. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. That he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. The wind is crazy outside, sorry about that. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. Yeah, Van Ziek said a transfer was unprecedented. Sholmes arranged it. This is too much to take in. Okay, good, Trish. Thanks. Alright, everyone, that's quite enough talk for all that serious talk today, for one day. Please play your theme. Isn't it Hurley? I mean... Look at the time! Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. I am too powerful. Hello, Hailing. We have experienced the peakest of peak this stream. The tap dancing, the homosexuality, the plot, the songs. What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember. It is a little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my... Oh. I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then, Susie would have been my big sister. You don't need blood. You don't need to be connected by blood for that to happen. She doesn't need to be connected by blood. Yeah, found family. I just teared up a little at that. I'm sorry, Iris. I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? I'm dying. Yes, without question. I love them. So you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Runo on the floor? Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure. You don't have to agree quite so readily. This is so beautiful. Wait a minute, if Susie's gonna be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runo. Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Oh my god, I can't handle this. Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. That kind of hit me. I'm gonna work extra hard for tomorrow now because it's for my big brother and sister. What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Shut up, Shomes, idiot. Thank you, Soul Samurai. Hee. You'll just have to wait and see. Oh? Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. This game is so good. Oh. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names in the telegram in Judge Shigoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I'd been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Get your face out of there, streamer! Because I was lucky enough to have... Hold on. Oh my god. The most oh my god. No. No. I can't. No. The most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Man. Something about Suzuto's smile. All of their smiles. But something about Suzuto specifically. I feel so much for this cast. I feel so much for them. If I were Andres, I'd say, let me know if Resolve greater than Adventure's flirting right now. If, regardless, the answer would be Resolve is better than Adventures, for sure. So, AJ, do you have the resolve to believe in your boyfriend? I guess I do. I guess I do. Wait, that got added to the... Holy shit, wait, what? I didn't even see that. Oh, okay. I thought you... I didn't realize you were joking. Oratorio. The funny thing is that it felt plausible. Your reactions are so genuine, AJ. I'm so glad this game's moved you this much. It absolutely has. It's been the most beautiful, start to finish, and then they're really nailing in the emotions here. And Cosma and Van Zieks join the family as the angsty boyfriend and the grumpy uncle. You know, I really don't think pegging is that gay. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. Pegging is not that gay. As with the... I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. Every stream is a pegging stream. Anyone who wasn't there for the pegging stream is so confused right now. I'm so sorry for anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. I'm so confused. Oh, Pro Pincus hasn't seen the pegging stream. Oh dear. Oh, Quicksilver, I'm so sorry. Oh no. I guess so, Trish. Don't be sorry for stating the truth. What was the pegging stream? I wish I could find the tweet. I don't have it anymore. Damn it. I would be able to show you guys. I would be able to explain in like 2 minutes what the pegging stream was, but I can't find the tweet. Like, I don't know where it is. Hold on, let me just search up on Twitter. Was pegging stream a top 5 ages stream? You have to ask you guys. Maybe this is unwise to look this up on Twitter, but I really need to. Found it! I found it! Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. I'll explain the pegging stream right here. Okay, so on February 4th, so like last week, this tweet went viral, okay? This tweet went viral, and hold on, let me, where is it? Here we go. So this tweet went viral, where, like, I'll just show you guys, okay? And I shared it the day after. This went viral on a Sunday, and the day after was a Monday, and then I shared it with Stream, because I found it hilarious. So this is it.
I've been having a lot of sexual escapades as of late, you know, like having little adventures with some freaky Chicago girls. And I've come to the realization, I've been talking to one, that I don't think pegging is necessarily that gay.
Okay, so that's
I've been having a lot
so that's the clip, right? That's the clip, okay? And I don't know why, but right after I saw that, the first thing it reminded me of was Barack Van Zeeks. Okay? I don't know why, I have no explanation. So I shared this information with Stream that Monday. So anytime I say, I don't think pegging's that gay, I'm just referring to this clip. That's it. he probably got pegged last night with how he couldn't walk straight. I think so.
having a lot of sexual escapades as of late, you know, like having little adventures with
A little adventures.
freaky Chicago girls. And I've come to the realization, I've been talking to one, that I don't think pegging is necessarily that gay. I've been having a lot of sexual
Okay. I gotta stop. Anyway, that's the pegging lore. That's the pegging lore. Can't believe Whale Penis's stream has already been forgotten? Oh, it hasn't. It hasn't, Tom, yet. When he hits the mic. Oh, wait, let me see when he hits the mic. Hold on.
As a, you know, like having little adventures with some freaky Chicago girls.
Where does he hit the
and
mic?
I've come to the realization, I've been talking to one, that I don't think pegging is necessarily that gay.
Right there.
I've been having a lot of
he struggles so hard to get up. Anyways, live strong heart reaction. Anyways, I don't think pegging's that gay. Relating to the family scene, though, can I share a tweet I made about what happened to me when I got there? Because it was hilarious. Sure, Propinkist. How do you continue the stand-up after this? I don't know. No clue. The game glitched. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is hilarious. Hold on, let me share this now. That is so funny. Hold on. For anyone who didn't click the link, let me get rid of my face. That is so funny. Backdrop here. It wouldn't leave the corner and I had to reload to get it off. Oh my god. I have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Herlock Sholmes, Iris Wilson, Susato Mikotoba, and what is that? The Japanese the telegram from Japan. Someone drew fan art of that. Oh, that is so amazing. I can't handle that. That is so funny. Letterman. Oh man. Mike Wazowski moment. Anyways, back to the epic case. Mikotoba was a bit shy, yeah. Mikotoba had been gaining a lot of momentum in the story. So he just got a bit bashful. Is Susato top 5? Yeah. Oh, were you say one nice thing about pegging? Oh, and sorry, Patchface, I missed your bits. Thank you for the 50 bits. Thank you. One nice thing about pegging. I just really appreciate pegging for contributing to the stream lore. Thank goodness it's not that gay. It's not that gay. Yeah, Strongheart's another bit of stream lore is that Strongheart always waits to say these things. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion. Oh, you don't even know, Andres. That we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Thank you, Briggs. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue it to the bitter end. Resolve, yes. Okay, Dave. Have a good time at the gym. Thanks for stopping in. Resolve, yes. That's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire. The defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue his role as prosecutor? It's a good question. I came in just before the wholesome photo. Is that one of the endings and now you're trying to get another? No, that wasn't an ending. That was just an emotional moment, Fiendmaw. We haven't finished the game yet. I don't think there are multiple endings, but I'm not sure. Adventure, yes. I saw you load a save. I think it prompted me to just save automatically because there was an intermission. I think that might have been it. True, Oratorio. Nope, except for the miracle never happened. He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone leading the prosecution. He's right. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Yeah, man said, yeah, I'm going to prison, but I'm going to send you to jail first. Yeah, Cosmo just goes, can we do this later? What a line. Cosmo is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression that we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Cosmo-sama standing before us? As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Barock Van Zeeks. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well then, this preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin. Oh, I don't think we're beating the game today. I can't do a really long stream today. So I'm more than happy for letting it all conclude on Monday. This stream might be a little shorter to accommodate that. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishido Jigoku into the courtroom. It started on a Monday, and it will end on a Monday. On a side note, while the whole cast of Ace Attorney is super gay and all, Strongheart kind of gives me the similar energy to the homophobic dog Twitter meme. I'm unfamiliar with the meme. We'll see how it goes, Offie. If I find a spot that I want to end at, then yeah, we'll see. Oh, wait. No, wait. I do know it, Ramoki. Never mind. I do know it. At last, then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Really, Trish? If Cheroset has pictures of them on the set as an extra, I would love that. That would be really cool. Oh wait, no, but that's for season 4, I guess, because he just read Haikyuu recently, right? So he was filming for season 4. Okay, which isn't even out yet. Witness. Oh, where would I be without MK? Whoa, what? Oh, okay. Makes sense. Makes sense, Trish. Cosmo's making me steely right now. So Haikyuu is part of Succession lore? I guess so. There's a lot of missable lore for pressing this cross-examination. Okay, sometimes, like, I'll try pressing when I can. Sometimes I do get a lot of satisfaction from pinpointing, you know? So unless it's something that I really, really, really shouldn't miss, please don't, like, direct me. But, yeah, if it's something that I really shouldn't miss, that's okay. It was for Season 3. Really? Season 3 aired, like, 2 years ago. Huh. It must have been... I guess for some reason I thought that he finished reading it very recently. Tom Piet, that's kind of out of my hands. It's kind of out of my hands. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena? I did what was necessary. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. This is very different. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to Japan as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he's also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of this country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium, but then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this. I'm sorry to say. I decline to comment. Susibaka? What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? Congratulations, Offie. Immense. Big congrats. I love money. Beautiful. Universities wring you dry, regardless. Very based. What's crazy is universities wring you dry, and then they ask you consistently to donate. The university I graduated from in 2016, keeps emailing me like every month to ask for me to donate. I'm like, no. Who do you think you are? Like, what do you want? I already gave you thousands and thousands of dollars that were not worth it. I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I have obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run away. So you would run from all this. I'd rather not say, Prodigy. I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. Say one nice thing about Jigoku? I don't know. His beard. It has ties to another murder. In seriousness, like, I don't have much to say about the character just yet. I love the plot intrigue here, but... His beard. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago. A year ago in Japan. The murder of John H. Wilson, do you mean? That's right, and you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Do we? Oh my god. We have a Bible of evidence. 3.5 pages. What do we use to prove? Oh god. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. Oh my god. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? Hold on. Just checking? Just computing? Okay. No. No, I don't think so. I don't think... Oh, maybe this, actually. No, none of this. Not that. No. Nothing's funnier than when Ryunosuke's like, we have the exact evidence to prove it, and we're like, we do? That is me every Ace Attorney trial. Gregson's trunk? Karuma. Oh. But this might be it. It might just be it. This. If it was in Judge Jigoku's office, I think this is it.
Take that!
Yeah. This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names. Keisogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and... You little... Holy shit. Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... Holy shit. What's all this about? Why is my name on that list? It sounds the same to me, Pro-Pinkist. This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the name of victims. Keisogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. Oops. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. Okay, Trish, I hope you feel well enough to do so. Have a good one. A. Shin and her victim, J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was for the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. Keisogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. What's all this about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. God damn it, antagonist. Like I said, Briggs, that's the wind. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard. As shown by the name on the killing contract... Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishido Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you, did it? Oh shit. Oh shit, he's crafty. You deliberately avoided saying a name. The defense claims that these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Kazuma going, actually, Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse will put you in contempt of court. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear. About the alleged assassin exchange and the events on the night of 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out the mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. All times. He didn't leave at all? I don't think that's true. So you admit it then. As this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce someone to commit murder, it's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling. Oops. Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Kazuma-sama. Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. His counterpart in Britain. Strongheart, maybe? As I said yesterday, I've killed no one. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was executed, or was to be executed, I backed out. In short, the assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London. In the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Baroque Van Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly it's a plot only a government minister and a high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Indeed. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who... Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the... I wonder who it is. It is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. What a nefarious plan that I had nothing to do with. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Oh boy. Jigoku getting a little sassy. Okay. So the thing that immediately struck me was this one. He was there at all times. But why would Rolly Beat want Gregson assassinated?
Hold it!
Oh shit. Okay. That really scared me. I didn't mean to do that. His yell scared the hell out of me. Outside your cabin in the first class area of the SS Grouse, you mean? Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger early in the year. I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door. Hate to break it to you, Fiendmaw. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? He's actually right behind me? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night, I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. Cosma and Case 1, you don't think I'd be able to get you off? At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let the two potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of sentries, really. He just did a Phoenix pose. Alright, Phoenix. In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while, and then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes, he glared at me as I walked past. You see? That proves it. Okay. Wait. The crewman would have heard it, but we had... The thing was blocked. The tube was blocked. But I don't think we can present that. Shit, there has to be some way to present that. What does this say, actually? Following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes. That looks like an interruption to me. I don't know why I'm inspecting this. Probably isn't relevant just yet. Okay. I think this might be a contradiction. Or... not this one, but this one? Oh no, this one. So he wasn't here at all times. Nice try! Ryu, wow, this is a nice sword. Why do his buttons look like the attorney badges in mainline Ace Attorney? I love that.
Objection!
Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that contrary to the witness's claim, there was some lore about Cosmo's childhood and relationship with Jigoku from pressing the other statements. Hopefully I still can. The guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take... If I can't, though, no problem, because, like I said, I do really like pinpointing. That was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? Is evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, After leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m., and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. Sure, Tombiet, that would be awesome. Thank you. All crewmen were away from their posts. And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Objection!
What do you got? A 20-minute window of opportunity? That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false, your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Okay, well, counsel? What am I proving? Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has evidence to prove it. Oh, it's great, Weaver. I love how the plot's coming together. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on 31st October? That would be the trunk. Oh no, it would just be skip the middleman. No, I'm confusing trunks. But it would be this. Because it was the part of the watch from Gregson's... a part of Gregson's watch found in the suitcase that was in Jigoku's cabin. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Take that!
Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch? And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, the crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill, in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? Wait, what?
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? Goddamn. Thank you for the follow. And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. What the hell? Because you're pursuing me now, I was wrong to rightfully absolve you of crimes that were wrongfully pinned on you? Are you good? What are you talking about? Sorry? If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. Holy shit. The way he says that with a smile. Jigoku, kinda raw. My petty king. Not really. But I'm liking this stuff. Beautiful Kingslayer. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. It's not coming twice for me, Kingslayer. I don't know. Esper said that earlier as well. Oh wait, no, it did just happen twice. I don't know. No, 16, it did go off twice. It just went off twice for me too. I don't know. I'm not sure. The bot is broken. I wasn't seeing it earlier with Esper, but I saw it with you. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin. Maybe we need to reload the bot? I don't know how to do that. Means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Sorry, hopefully it's not that distracting. But nothing I can really do about it. Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony. About what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of 31st October. Oh. Tom Piet just sent me something. Okay, hold on. Oh, wow. That is a lot. Okay. I'll read it out in a second. Thank you, Tom Piet. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an ippon-seoi throw, though. He couldn't wait to run after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. Bro. Weak defense. Ippon-seoi, a common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. Judo one-arm shoulder throw? So Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ippon-seoi. Ippon-seoi. Okay. I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the cabin watch was broken in the witness's, or the watch was broken in the witness's cabin, in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. Whoa. Holy shit. I've no doubt that the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. Sorry, my lord, the defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. Where is this coming from Jigoku? Proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, I'm gonna read out the bits I missed that Tom Piet just sent me. Okay. So a year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan then. Correct, it was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. Kazuma says, I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Susato says, surely not. Kazuma says, I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. So you agreed to it just for that, Ryunosuke says. I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination... ... from Kazuma. Jigoku. The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time, an agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship, but behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart. Susato says, why? Why didn't you expose the plot then and there? ... Strongheart says, Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you to not make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyways, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him. And why did you pick Kazuma as the assassin? He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire, it was his whole purpose in life. Ryunosuke, yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer, it was ultimately all for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. Susato, and of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out the truth, find out for himself the truth about his own father, Genshin Asogi. It is Tatsukura. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here, says Kazuma. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin or betraying people's trust. Jigoku says, well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi. Good God. ... But why was Inspector Gregson the target? Jigoku says, I have no idea. Those were my orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. Kazuma, you have no idea, really. I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you? The sassiness. Judge Jigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time. The defense really ought to catch up. With what? With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Right, okay. Thank you, Tompiet. Okay. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin. Yeah, this is such a flimsy defense. But, I mean, it's flimsy, but it can't really be disproven. Just yet. Is there a way to disprove that the watch was broken? See, this is a problem, because we have to prove that his body was moved, and the reason it was moved was because of the... autopsy from Maria, or what Maria's opinion, whatever it was. I don't think we can prove that yet, though, can we? Let's see. No, not this one. It made a... it's not clear enough yet, I don't think. The crown snapped off and the glass covering of the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. True? What are you talking about? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective series told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. What? Did he just deflect? What? I wish we took a picture of that.
Hold it!
But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth would he have gotten back to Britain? Now, man, why does every antagonist in this game always roast Iris's stories instead of Sholmes? My daughter does not deserve this slander! She deserves no slander whatsoever. When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Why is he so sassy? Look at this guy. Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but people die when they're killed. All passenger luggage, whoops, is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think that the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Ugh, that's killed the idea. But perhaps not. Miss Susato? We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. Okay. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. What do we do with this? Usually you have to press the new statements, but what do I do with this? No way. Okay, is there a way? Wait. Members of the judiciary. That's interesting. There's no way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. No, that's really small. Never mind. Never mind. Gregson's trunk is way too small. Sorry, Remuki. Gregson's trunk is way too small to transport him. Because he hid in that, Judge Jigoku hid in his own trunk, but the only one we have here is Gregson's. And this one is small as hell. Yeah, it's... yeah. But if, oh, shit! Hold on. Is there a way we can point that out through this picture? It's right there. This is the trunk he hid himself in. Is the picture coming in handy? Oh shit. You sketchy little... Okay, let's try it. Was he in this... Was he in the trunk the whole time? Oh my god. Was he there right in front of us? Right there?
Objection!
There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? Holy shit. That is haunting. That is incredible. What the hell? I would say the opposite is true. Look at the 5 people. Oh god, CL. What's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do, the transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you can do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. The nice friendly chat you had with him in the hotel lobby, oh my god. This is crazy. I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that. Wow. Gregson is right in there. That is macabre. That is so twisted. I knew you were jealous. Holy shit, Jigoku. This man is sick. The way they set that up is crazy, Winifred. This man is sick. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. Oh. He seemed so chill. He did. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to hide a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was meters away from us inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Order in court! I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. He literally was in there. Because I happen to know that the witness himself... His face is killing me. His face is killing me. A man of considerable size fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? Draw me like one of your French girls. But inside his trunk, how horrifying. And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street. It is MK, taking your trunk with you in the cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged that there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Yep. That's true. We heard about that. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And yeah, he went into a trunk that a corpse was just in. I guess needs must. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me all about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. I guess so, Oratorio. I was kind of hoping it was just there. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in this new century. And I can see that you both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Jigoku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond, Queen? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard, as the accused Barok Van Zeek shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's... You have, Nora, but please mention it more. Yeah, I was thinking that too, Tompiet. The next century. Well, the next century was encapsulated by Phoenix. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly? I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. Get him. How can you say that? Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. God damn it, MK. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you'd better explain yourself to the court. The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot on the scene on Fresno Street. Is the autopsy report enough for that? Okay, let's do it. I think that's enough. Where is it? Clint. Gregson. Right here?
Take that!
The Japanese... Oh, shit. What? Did I do it wrong? No! What? What? Damn it. Okay. AJ, what? What? You can't tell me that what I did was stupid. Well, what do you mean, AJ? Susato being adorably encouraging and yet at the same time condescending. Okay. He died in Fresno Street. I guess it was too wishy-washy? Yeah, Susato literally just going, now, why don't we try to, you know, do it right? I don't know. Like, I thought that would be enough. But... Because what we're contradicting here... That he died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. And this says that the time of death may have been fabricated. So that... I guess because it may have been fabricated, it's not solid enough, but that's pretty... That sounded to me like a pretty good, contradiction. Whatever. What could it be, then? Something that contradicts that he died instantly on the scene at Fresno Street. The watch? This is tough. Yeah, as always, guys, if I need a hint, I will for sure ask you. This to me felt like enough, but I guess not. Instant death. So the autopsy says that it resulted in instant death. I think that's the thing. The location is what we need to disprove. How do we disprove the location? Pocket watch. The relevance of the pocket watch goes a little over my head sometimes, so if it's this, I might struggle. Is there anything here? Not quite yet, antagonist. This is for Clint. Yeah, this is no relevance. God damn it, Oratorio. Why? Oh, what if? Because I just read this. I think I got it. What if? Please don't confirm or deny, because I really don't want to know before I try this out. But what if? Because I just read this description. His body appears to be tightly curled up. Is it tightly curled up? Like, why would he be tightly curled up? For what reason would he be in that position? If he wasn't in the trunk beforehand, right? Rigor mortis? I think that's it. I think that has to be it. Let's try it. That, please be true. Because that would be really cool.
Take that!
Yes. Yes, that is so cool. That is so cool. That's really cool. I like that. That's really smart, that clue. A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. That was a hard one. Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. Thank you, Soul Samurai. Thank you, Tompiet. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Nora. If Inspector Grayson had been shot in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. Shut up. That was such a genuine shut up. He could have easily adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less having— oh, there you go. There you go, using that against them. Get his ass. Get his ass. Cook him. Roast him alive, which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. So you're suggesting the inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. You're quite right. The shape of the body. It's exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it would contain traces of the victim's blood. Present my trunk? I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. Present your trunk. In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to— object his ass. Object his ass. Cook him! At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are, or what your status outside this courtroom may be, you will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Order! Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? Yes, you're right, Oratorio. Yeah, that's really cool. You can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You... Dear God, outrageous! So it was you. You admitted to inspecting... No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin. Merely. I merely disposed of his body. In order to avoid unwanted attention. Wait, what? So why was it left in your cabin? You sussy. The biggest baka in the world, I swear. As the judicial assistant over there just pointed out, I had no chance to throw it onto the into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You still can't deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. That's right, who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi. That expression, though? You. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. We're sidestepping the I carried a body and disposed of it across the world. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Does this mean that Van Gogh is confirmed to not be the murderer? Oh, I think that's clear. I think that's clear. Poor Van Zieks is just chilling. Well, hopefully he's got his chalice. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is... No, he didn't do it. I don't think he did it. I don't know why it's impossible, but it's impossible. Van Gogh is just like, can I leave? Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed, yeah, Van Zieks is just in the back like, I'm done with this. You claim that the logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. To your future career in the circus, it is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it... I suddenly feel smarter. That it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. What? This court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. Shit. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement? Oh god. Can I just jam instead of answering? AJ every time? Shit. I don't know. I trust him. The vibes. Tap dance. Okay. What proves that it's impossible that Kazuma could have done it? Okay. Elimination. Process of elimination. No. No, it's not this stuff. No, none of this. I don't think any of this. Maybe this? We'll go back to that. I don't think so. No. I love him, Your Honor. My source is that I love him? Perfect. Your Honor, the vibes simply aren't there for my client to have killed the man. He's got to upset that. Karma. Karma. Karma, the great blade. It's such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze at it for hours. The tip. The tip of the great sword. Broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Karuma's sobs. Kazuma must really have taken a swing for that to happen. See, this is a little scary. Ryu is touching Kazuma's tip. Technically true. Reminds me of when Ryu said to Van Zeke, "Sadly, my feelings can't be evidence in court." I don't think any of these could be it either. Could the... Well, not these. Because this... Yeah, I think we might be done with this part. Telegram. I think, not here. But the thing is, Kazuma's not a member of the crew. There's a really good edit on YouTube that perfectly transitions the end of this song to the beginning of the Pursuit theme. Ooh. Why is it impossible? Oh, no! Wow, these are hard. These are hard. I think I got it. Following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. I just said Kazuma isn't part of the crew, but he was. Right? Didn't he work as part of the crew to start? I might be confusing ships. I don't think I am.
Take that!
Shit. Oh, okay. This itinerary for crew members of the SS Groves, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that solve anything, or prove anything? Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. Yeah, these are great contradictions. These are really good. I think they're pretty hard, but it's very satisfying when you get them. On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot outside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. Oh, wait. Oh. Did I get the reasoning totally wrong? Okay. Well, you know what? I think we'll end stream. I've got the spirit, though. Alright, guys. Thanks for coming out. Classic Ace Attorney. See you Monday. Okay, yeah, anyways, it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate, right? Yeah, obviously. How do you delete sections of VODs, by the way? I see no flaw in your reasoning so far, but the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place... Man, there's something in my throat, sorry. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by someone who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings... yeah, he disembarked the ship, okay. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Hold it? No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for a chance to come back and... R.I.P. Bozo, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? Yo! As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name on the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No! There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. Oh shit. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. No! Why did you cut off the song right there? No! No! No, the best part! Ah! That's what really happened, isn't it, Seishido Jigoku? It was that damned trial 10 years ago. That's when it all happened? Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Holy shit! It's over. My life is over. He did it again. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins used diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself. Personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. Ooh. The strings are weeping again. The symposium? That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation, the Reaper himself. So that means the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Holy shit. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship, but it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. How awful. Weird, Oratorio, very weird. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Wow. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock, that is chilling. I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. I'd received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered the question. There is no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigerator room. Hey, Jamun. True, Nora. Hey, Dave. There's lots of posthumous characterization for characters in Ace Attorney in general, Accordion Heart, and Gregson is no exception. I really like that. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced that the body was found, or when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police ID. Ah! I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel. That is incredible. I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. So Miss Venus with the firecrackers. Right. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case, so I put that on. Although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise. The hairpiece we found, that must have been crazy when I was playing through the scene, with you guys knowing what it meant. Oh, that must have been insane. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. I only arrived at the room at around 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later, so that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. I didn't notice it had fallen out of his pocket when I moved the body to the fridge room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Yeah, the fish and chips saved the day. Very fitting. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. Has it been mentioned yet that Jigoku means hell? No, not that I saw. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. What about the Reaper then, Strongheart? Thank you, Soul Samurai, for gifting a sub to self-styled Soul King. Thank you, Soul Samurai. Enjoy that, Soul King. Enjoy the lack of ads, the badge, the emotes, etc. Thank you as always, Soul Samurai. An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Yakuza 0? Perfect. Mr. Jigoku, one last
about your groin.
That's the first time we've heard that. That's the first time we've heard that one. Thank you for the 301 bits, Esper. Thank you so much, Esper. Buy yourself some fish and chips, RIP. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail about your groin. Thank you so much for the 301 bits and for the unique alert. I think that's the first time someone's done it since we got the new set. Thank you so much, Esper. He also looks like King Enma, who governs the underworld. Oh, interesting. Who is your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? We know. I am not at liberty to discuss that. This one goes to the one you prefer too. Okay. Sounds good, Esper. Thank you. That might go to Sekido then. I'll decide. Nothing, or maybe Hanji. Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough. I've already told you. That I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. Thanks, Dave. I wonder, Nora. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? What is this loyalty? Or maybe not loyalty. Why can't he say? I'm finished. All of it. Because he has nothing to lose. Or does he? I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings to this court. Or of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Seishido Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this court. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession. Something really interesting that hit me about Jigoku is that in the hotel, Mikotoba says that Jigoku rallied for Runo to be the student in Cosmo's place. So that kind of suggests that he didn't want to ruin another young man's life by sending them as an assassin and tried to do it himself. The subtext. Again, the heartfelt subtext. Yeah, not sus at all. He literally made himself the judge. Just this one time. Admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond all doubt. Ooh. How wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? Obviously, Soul Samurai, obviously. I think it's kind of raw that Strongheart does not pronounce Van Zeek's not guilty, but goes for the guilty verdict. Interesting. Kazuma hates Van Zeek so much. The British counterpart could be Ringo Skulkin. It could. I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. No, we don't. Insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. King shit. As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. I hereby...
Objection.
Are you seeing it, Kazuma? Are you seeing this? I think I know what Kazuma is doing. The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. Okay, maybe not. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. Yakuza 0 is fully funded, is it? Beautiful. Let me check. As this beautiful music plays, because in the log, we have 2 subs towards it. And in the sheet, we have... Not quite. It's not funded yet, Dave. It's 1 sub away. It's 1 sub away. What? But Judge Shigoku has already confessed. Nevertheless, Baroque Van Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Do monthly resubs go towards goals too? Yeah, for sure. Okay. Thank you for gifting out a sub, Soul King. Does that go towards Yakuza by any chance? Yakuza 0. Seeing Kazuma being so blind to the truth makes me like him so much. It's a direct opposite of his perfect image. Yes, it really is. Baguk? Thank you, self-styled Soul King, for gifting out a sub, and thank you, Baguk, for the 9-month resub. Thank you, both of you. If one of you gives it to Yakuza 0, that is funded. Thank you so much, both of you. Baroque Van Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Oops. Well, it would appear that you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishido Jigoku, but it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot, into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So... Sounds good, Baguk. Thank you for the 9 months. So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? There we go. Yes, I like that a lot, Oratorio. Ryu was idealizing and romanticizing Kazuma because of the example set to him in that first trial. But in essence, Kazuma was never that squeaky clean. The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. So yeah, there you go, guys. Yakuza 0 funded. That'll be done sometime. In the nearish future, for sure, depending on if Disco Elysium gets funded, etc. In other words, the priority for Disco Elysium gets funded. The mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Baroque Van Zeeks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey. He is so sick of this shit. And furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? Order! The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Council. Are you suggesting that you have some new information with which to build a case? Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate that claim that he's the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin himself was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. Okay. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm impressed by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well. While it's extremely irregular, I will, on this occasion, grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. Holy shit. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Hold on. A supplementary hearing. Tell him. Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Ryu is also somewhat blind to Kazuma's flaws that were already there. Like, Kazuma in this first trial is really hot-headed, and if you mess up, he even gets super angry at Ryu, but he just idolizes him. Yeah, it makes sense. It absolutely makes sense. Thank you, Dave. Lord Van Zieks, I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of the implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense? Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself, but I knew that he would be like this. And I came here today to determined to face him through whatever might arise, as a lawyer and as his friend. Then that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. Thank you, Astro Jellyfish. As you wish, my lord. Okay. I think I might end stream after I read the testimony and after we're able to start poking at it. I think that might be a good spot. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. Poking at Van Zieks, I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the Assassin Exchange. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution? Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the assassin exchange? I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes that the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. Perfect spot to end, in my opinion? Alright, sounds good, Offie. Perfect. Hope you have a great class, and I'm glad you enjoyed the stream so much. This has been amazing. This has been amazing. And it hasn't even been that short. It's going to be 4 hours minimum. Enjoy class. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with the client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. What? Okay. Ominous, epic, enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Ah, yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you've convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Oh, how are we going to approach this? Oh, see you, Briggs. See you, Briggs. Okay. We're gonna end there, folks. What a stream. This has been fantastic. Emotional, dramatic. There's been the plot, there's been the lore. I've teared up. The found family, Iris, the music, the pegging. Pretty sure we'll finish this Monday. That's the plan. The plan is to finish it all Monday. You too, Dave. Thank you very much. The tap dancing. So thank you guys so much, as always, for coming out. Thank you so much. I had so much fun today. And join me once again on Monday for the finale to The Great Ace Attorney. I cannot wait to see how this story ends. And, of course, this Friday, we have One Piece Movie Day, so that's a thing. Sunday, as it stands, we still have the usual Sunday, but I might want to take a break for that day, take a day off, but we'll see. I'll let you guys know closer to the day. Yeah, thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much. And I will see you guys, a lot of you guys Monday for sure, some of you guys Friday maybe. See you guys. Stacked stream week, just as I like it. Have a great end to your day. Wait, actually, hold on. Let's raid Nixie. Let's give Nixie a little raid. She's playing some Hollow Knight. Thank you guys so much again, and yeah. See you guys.